first person I saw was this man. He was already there on the ground, and he had brought with him first responders from Vicksburg to help. Not his district, not his people, but his character and care and concern and compassion for his neighbor caused him to do that. We would expect nothing less from one of our own members, but you need to know what kind of man he is and the fact that he was on the scene helping others, and we are proud of him for doing that.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of this august body, let me leave you in some words of wisdom first. John Reed, he said in politics, never let your opponent define you first. Second, know what you don't know. And three, don't take politics personal. Now, it is my high honor today to recognize a person that has been my friend down through the years and I've learned so much from. And he's been able to comfort me when I needed to be comforted. And so, on behalf of the city of Vicksburg and the Mayor Board of Aldermen, it is my highest honor to present the key to the city to Philip Gunn, Speaker of the House of Mississippi House of Representatives, in recognition and appreciation of your commitment to serving the state of Mississippi and your continued support for the city of Vicksburg. March 30, 2023, George Flagg, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. That's mighty kind of you. Appreciate that. Let's get a picture here. Well, this is indeed a high honor, and I appreciate that. Let me ask a question, though. Is this only good today? Oh, it's good forever. Well, that's good. I'll take advantage of that then. Okay. Thank you so much, Mayor. That's very kind. I appreciate that very much. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk.
What happened? Okay, all right. I was a little confused.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Jim from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the counter, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Jim from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introduction.
The objection. Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At this time, we'll have introductions of guests and visitors. Do we have any guests or visitors to be introduced today? Jim from Walthall, Mr. Pygott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could have everybody's attention, North Gallery, we have Mr. Harry Denny up there, my friend, a friend of 4-H in Mississippi State. I want to wish him the best on his retirement after 31 years of work. Thank you.
Jim from Pontotoc, Dr. Huddleston.
I think this is my last son-in-law to introduce, at least for a while anyway. And I'd like you all to meet my son-in-law, Mr. Brown, and give him a hand and wish him happy travels.
Have any further introductions? All right. If I could, take a brief moment of personal privilege for a second. You know, we come in here a lot of days and we fuss and we fight, and we sometimes tensions rise and temperatures, emotions run high. But I always thought that we could set those things aside and move forward after we leave here. I've served here for 20 years, 12 as Speaker, and it's been my desire to establish a relationship with each one of you. I know we haven't always agreed. I know we haven't always seen eye to eye on everything, but it has been my desire to not offend, disrespect, sin against any of you. And it would be my desire to leave this place without any broken relationship. I have had numerous kind things said, even key to the city today. To leave here and think that I had a severed relationship would break my heart. Two days ago, y'all were kind enough to pass a resolution that honored me. I was not here when that happened. I was down the hall working on the Senate stuff, with the Senate on stuff. And I'm very honored by that. But when I got back, I was presented with this, Madam Clerk. So, I got to know, gentlemen, what's the problem?
Lord have mercy. Speaker, there was some miscommunication somewhere, Speaker. I love you to the bottom of my heart. You might have topped the birthday joke.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you. We just wanted to have a little fun this morning. I hope you feel guilty and ashamed. So that was our goal. All right. Thank you for letting me have a little fun there. We will go now to the calendar. Are we ready? Not yet? Appropriations, are we ready yet?
You ready, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to the Appropriations Committee, and we're going to go down to item number 4, and I request recommittal. This is House Bill 1626 and recommit.
Motion's recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Item number 5, House Bill 1636. Recognize the gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Ure, to explain the conference.
Gentleman from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Department of Marine Resources. The final action comes in at $174,189,368. That includes Tidelands, Go Mesa, and the state agency's budget. And that's the explanation of the report.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs in the conference report. House Bill 1636. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas and 2 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 6, would be House Bill 1639. I recognize the lady from mid to explain the conference report.
Lady from Amit, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the conference report for the Department of Public Safety and, wait a minute, State Public Defender, pardon me. I don't have that one. Oh, here it is, right here. Thank you. Pardon me, it's for the State Public Defender Office. It comes in final action at $3,661,718. It's $47,632 for the salary progression, $116,500 to maintain all current programs, $9,355 for agency operations, and it's a total increase to the LBR of $173,487. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 1639. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 2 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 7, would be House Bill 1715. Recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, the Vice Chairman, to explain the next 2 conference reports.
Gentleman from Montgomery is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is House Bill 1715. It is the ARPA Rural Water Program at the Department of Health. In this conference report, the conferees agreed to provide additional deposit of $74 million to the ARPA Rural Water Program, and that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? I don't see any.
Move
Open the
adopted.
machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 1715. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 2 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Item number 8, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1717.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conference report on the DFA DFA Office of Insurance. It appropriates $35 million to DFA Office of Insurance for reimbursements of COVID expenditures incurred by the state and school employees' life and health insurance plan, and that is an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 1717. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 5 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, skip item 9 and 10 and move to item number 11. That's House Bill 1722.
Yes, sir.
This is, ladies and gentlemen, the ARPA appropriation to UMMC for the adolescent psychiatric facility. The conference report appropriates $6 million from ARPA lost revenue in constructing and equipping an adolescent psychiatric facility at the University of Mississippi Medical Center, and that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Jump from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
This says UMC Construction Renovation School of Dentistry.
I've been told that the short title was not changed after it was adopted, but that is not to the School of Dentistry.
Thank you.
It's a mistake on it. Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 1722. Favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas and 5 nays, report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, sir. Let's skip item number 12. That'd be Senate Bill 2961. And then there's a little maneuver here. I want people to listen. On the next 2 items, 13, that would be Senate Bill 3000. I would like to recommit conference report number 2 so we can take up conference report number 3. And also on number 14, 3001, I would like to recommit conference report number 2 so we can work conference report number 3.
Well, make sure I understand. You want to recommit number 13?
Yes, the second conference report on 13 and 14.
I understand, but we have to do them one at a time.
Okay, well.
So on number 13, you want to recommit.
Yes,
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. On 14, you want to recommit.
yes.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Well, at this time, could I recognize bring up number 13, it's the third, take up conference report number 3, recognize the gentleman from Jones to handle the next two bills, two conference reports.
All right, on which number, 3,000?
3001.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman from Jones to handle
Okay,
the
just
next
so
two.
y'all know what we're doing, conference report number 3 has already been filed, so we can take it up. So he just recommitted conference report 2, and we're now going to take up conference report number 3. And we're recognizing who? Gentleman from Jones. All right, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Senate Bill 3000. It is the Universities and Colleges General Support Consolidated Fund. It comes in over LBR at $70,649,437. Primarily, it's got some salary progression in there. It also has campus repairs and various projects for the total amount of, like I said, $70,648,437.
Question. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Well, Jim,
Yes, sir.
is this building in here for Ole Miss, the bill at 1776 school?
It does have some money in there for that, and is only $1 million versus the other.
All right. Is that 1 million an installment with anticipation that you're going to commit 10 million for that facility?
They do have to come back and ask for funding each year to get more money.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3000. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas and 8 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. This will be Senate Bill 3001. It is for the universities and colleges subsidiary programs. It comes in over LBR at $2,443,798, again, primarily for our salary progressions.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3001. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas and 9 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, we're going to go through the process again. This is item number 15, Senate Bill 3009. I would like to recommit conference report number 2.
Okay, motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Been recommitted.
At this time, I'd like to bring up conference number 3, Senate Bill 3009. Recognize the gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Barton, to explain the conference report.
Gentleman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 3009 is the Community College Board budget. It comes in at $134,966,995, of which $6,179,000 is out of the general fund. Total state support is $40,535,847. Kind of the breakdown, there's $120,000 worth of general fund money that's in here for increase in salary progression. We restored three permanent positions. And then there's $34 million worth of education enhancement funds for projects. Coahoma Community College, $7 million. Northwest, $4 million. Pearl River, $8 million. Gulf Coast, $8 million. Southwest, $3 million. Meridian Community College, $2 million. And Itawamba, $2 million. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3009. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 116 yeas and 2 nays. Report's adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to item 16 and do the same motion. On Senate Bill 3012, I would like to recommit conference report number 2.
Motions to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report is recommitted. You recognized for number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to that item number 16, Senate Bill 3012. Take up conference report number 3. Recognize the lady from Amite to explain the conference report.
Lady from Amite.
This is the conference report for DPS, and the final action is $273,118,071. It's $3,200,000 for the operational deficit for Highway Patrol, $1 million for body cameras for law enforcement, $728,025 for agency operations, $1 million for restoration of vacancies and progression for the forensic lab, $850,000 for salary progressions for driver's license services, $1,600,000 for the operational deficit for driver services, $1,750,000 for the filing and payments for background checks with the Bureau of Investigations, $2,338,875 to fill 35 vacant positions at Capitol Police, so it'll get it to 150 officers, $2,364,950 for Capitol Police equipment, $296,175 for vehicles at Capitol Police, $2,584,399 to replace federal funds with general funds. This was a grant loss reduction for Homeland Security. $382,526 to hire additional staff at Homeland Security, $533,075 for agency operations at Homeland Security, $300,000 for Trooper vehicles for new graduates at Highway Patrol, $1 million for bulletproof vests for support services, $1,200,000 for the case backlog at Forensic Laboratories, $550,000 for equipment and vehicles at Forensic Laboratories, $595,205 for forensic equipment associated with House Bill 485. That's the sexual assault evidence kit. $1,260,000 for the lease payment for driver services for the building that's in Canton. $425,000 to upgrade and maintain the EDEMA system at Driver Services Bureau. $166,000 for equipment at driver's license at for the county seats. This is for House Bill 529. And then $200,000 for vehicles for Homeland Security. And it's a total increase to the LBR level of funding of $26,263,943. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions? Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the vote on item 153009, not to the general ladies handling the bill.
Okay. Jim from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Well, the gentlelady, Leo,
I will, definitely.
were we able to get anything in there for our trooper pay raise?
No, we were not.
Okay, thank you.
Jim from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady here.
Yes,
I know you said equipment. Is there anything in there for body cams?
yes, there is.
It was? Okay, thank you.
It is $1 million for body cameras.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes,
You mentioned an amount for the medical examiner's office. Was that amount an increase
it's an increase, yes.
of how much?
You're talking about for the forensics lab?
Yes.
Hold on, let me find it. It was $1 million of restoration of vacancies and progression for forensics labs. And then there was there were several in here for forensics lab. There was $550,000 for equipment and vehicles for the forensic lab. And then there was also an amount in here for the backlog. Let me find it, hold on. Because it's a big list. Oh, here it is, $1,200,000 in CEF for case backlog.
Do you know what the case backlog number is?
So I've talked with the department about this for several years. They have made great strides in making sure that they get caught up on the on the backlog. As you know, this has been something that the commissioner and the department have been working on for several years. So he's hired additional medical examiners, but he's having to contract them out. So I can get you that number. I have it, but it's just downstairs in my office. But he has caught up significantly. I think now maybe we're in the year 2018 or something like that, but I can get you the exact number. I have it downstairs.
Okay, thank you, lady. And
You're
the
welcome.
increase amount, do you know how many staff members will be hired for that? Is that strictly for medical examiners, pathologists, or what? Do
Hold
you know
on,
what that
let me
is?
check. Do we know? Do we know if it's for hiring personnel or how many? I found it right here. About 20. All right, we're looking at their budget for the forensics lab. It's going to be restoring approximately 20 pens, lady from Hines, and that's going to be forensic pathologists.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the madam yield, please?
Yes.
Madam, what is the total amount of this expenditure going toward the Capitol Police? I heard you mention several $1 billion going. And also, second question is this in addition to their general operating budget?
So let me go through it again. Hold on. So there is $2,364,950 for the Capitol Police equipment. And there is another here. Let me just look at their total overall budget. Hold on a second and I can tell you. So the amount for Capitol Police, the final action, oh, there you are. Gentlemen, is $15,526,434. That's the final action. And what was your second question?
Is this in addition to their general operating budget that we already have granted to them?
This is their total. So let me read it to you. So for Capitol Police, it's $2,338,875. This is in general funds to fill 35 vacant positions. It's $2,364,950 in general funds for equipment, which is going to be the handguns, rifles, vehicles, etc. $296,175 for vehicles. So the total increase above the LBR, gentlemen, was $5 million.
Jim from Lamar, Mr. Tubb. Passes. Lady from Hines, she passes. Okay. I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3012. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 6 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item 15, I inadvertently pushed the wrong button. I pushed the page button, thought I was pushing the yes button. I'd like to be voted yea on item number 15, Senate Bill 3009. I don't have a problem filling the form. I just didn't vote at all.
Thank you, sir. We got it. Next item.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item 17, Senate Bill 3043, move to recommit.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Next will be item 18, Senate Bill 3052, recognize the gentleman from Montgomery for the next two conference reports.
Gentleman from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Senate Bill 3052. It is the reappropriation bill for ARPA funds. When the legislature appropriated ARPA funds last session, the funding provided each agency for multiple years, and we have to go back every year, and the portion of those funds that were not expended need to be reappropriated. And that's a simple explanation of what this does. Gives them spending authority for those funds in the 23-24 budget. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the
Move
machine,
adoption.
Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3052. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 5 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 19 on your calendar, Senate Bill 3113. This is the Workforce Development ARPA appropriation. It appropriates a total of $28 million to the Office of Workforce Development. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3113. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 115 yeas and 5 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, if you would, let's skip item 20, 21, and 22. Skip over those, move to item number 23, Senate Bill 3118.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the ARPA appropriation for the Bureau of Buildings. It provides $42,919,505 to complete capital projects of various facilities owned by the state of Mississippi. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker. If there are no questions, I move adoption.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 3118. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 7 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
The item number 24, Senate Bill 3119, I would like to skip.
All in favor of him skipping it?
Next will be item number 25, Senate Bill 3120, recognize the gentleman from Jackson. Mr. Busby, explain the conference.
Gentleman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this is supplemental appropriation transfer bill for DOT. The amount is $620 million, $450 for capacity projects in accordance with the 3-year DOT plan, $40 million for federal match money, $30 million for intermodal, and $100 million for ERBR. And that's an explanation of the bill, of the report. Move adoption if there are no questions.
Questions? Don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on conference report to Senate Bill 3120. In favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. If everyone voted, close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas and 2 nays, report's adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, could I go to the appropriation general bills calendar?
Yes, sir.
I would like to go to item number 3 on that calendar. That would be House Bill 834. I recognize the lady from MIT to explain the conference report.
Lady from Amit.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill is increasing the number of ADAs and criminal investigators. And so I'll just call out the district numbers that have gotten an increase, and it's 1 additional ADA to the following districts. Districts number 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, and 23. So we're adding a total of 14 ADAs to this conference report. And District 6 already has funding for their ADA. So we're only funding 13 ADAs in this particular bill, or increasing it, pardon me, by 14. And with District 7, we're adding 2 additional ADAs with a 2-year repealer. And then we're adding 4 criminal investigators to Districts 3, 7, 21, and 23. And that's an explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield,
I do.
on the new District 17, how many assistant DAs do we have there?
For District 17, hold on one second. You're going to have 4.
District 17's got 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
That's it. That's what we're...
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Speaker. Lady Yield,
Oh, definitely.
is there money in this report for the CCID, whatever they call them, prosecutors?
I don't think so. Yes, that's in their own. I think that's going to be in a separate bill, gentlemen.
There are none in this one?
For the CCID?
Yeah.
You mean associated with the bill, that expansion bill?
No, what I'm asking is there any money for anybody that's going to be working in the CCID, in the court, investigators or prosecutors?
I believe, gentlemen, that is coming in a separate bill. Hines County is District 7, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, it is. I just want to make sure I wouldn't be voting for something I don't want to.
Well, I will say this. District 7 was one of the districts that I did call out a few minutes ago. You are getting 1 additional ADA for District 7. And then you're getting 2 additional ADAs to District 7, but it's going to have a 2-year repealer in it. And the funding for this is coming from the ARPA funds in another Senate bill.
But those DAs are going to go to the elected district attorneys.
Exactly.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure I was giving you all the information that's contained in this conference report.
All right, but you can vote for this one.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman, for a question.
Lady Yield,
Definitely.
Rankin, what is it, District 20? How many were you adding there?
So 20 is going to be increased to 7.
How many?
7.
7, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady Lee,
I will, definitely, gentlemen.
down in our district, about District 15, we have any new ADAs coming in there?
You did. That was one of the numbers that I called out earlier. You do.
Beg your pardon?
Yes, you do. That was one of the numbers that I called out earlier. 15, you said? Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield.
Yes.
Lady, did all the district attorneys that requested additional staff, did they receive those requests, or some did and some didn't?
Gentlemen, we tried to accommodate as many as we could. The way that this was determined was based on caseload, disposition of cases, number of crimes, the number of statutory DAs that's authorized in the statute, and the average number of cases per district attorney, also the average number of violent crimes per year. So we were able to get all that information from MEC and just compiled it in a chart, actually. And we were able to look at that based on the numbers. Some counties, for instance, quite honestly, didn't make a request because of the numbers. Some did. And where you had an increase in population, an increase in caseload, an increase in the number of violent crimes, when we looked at how the cases were being disposed of, then we made those allocations based on the number that we got from MEC.
Could we get a copy of that, those figures, just for our reference? Is that?
I will provide you with the numbers that you have an interest in, yes.
Okay. And I assume, I was trying to glance through this, I assume this does not remove the authority of the Board of Supervisors from paying out of their own budgets for additional staff. My understanding is some districts are doing that.
We didn't touch that language at all.
Okay.
All this does is provide an increase for ADAs and also CIs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
I will.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I may have missed this because it's hard to hear. Is there a 2-year repealer on all the additional ADAs?
No, there's not a 2-year repealer on all the ADAs, just the 7th.
Okay, so what's the purpose of having a 2-year repealer on just the 7th?
So the purpose on having a 2-year repealer on the 7th, is my understanding, is that there is funding. Again, the gentleman from Madison asked this question earlier about the 7th and the allocation. There's funding for ARPA, and I'll confirm with the LBO that this has nothing, again, to do with CC, Capital Improvement District, CCID. But all I'm aware of, gentlemen, is that there's funding that's tied to it with ARPA. Any additional investigators, prosecutors for CCID is in a separate bill.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ma'am, you yield?
Oh, sure.
I am sorry, and I wasn't paying attention a whole lot when you read those numbers out a while ago on the districts that are getting. Could you read that list one more time?
I'll be happy to. It's the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 6th, the 7th, the 10th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 19th, 20th, 21st, and 23rd.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, will you yield?
Yes, sure.
Just to clarify what the gentleman from Pearl, from Rankin, asked you earlier about District 20, you said there were seven, was that additional slots or was that total slots?
That's total slots.
Okay. And how many do they have now?
Hold on, I can tell you. Bear with me 1 minute, gentlemen. I'm looking it up.
I believe they had asked for 6 additional ADA slots.
They may have requested it, gentlemen, but as I stated during my explanation, it was one additional ADA for all the districts that I named. And so when I'm giving you the number, I'm giving you the total number that you will have when that one is added. So they may have requested it. It's just as the gentleman from, I believe it's Jones, asked me when he was asking, how are these allotted? It was based on all of those factors that I just named. So they very well may have requested it, but again, each of the districts received one.
So currently, did you see how much they had currently?
You're asking how many do they have currently?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on one second. I want to confirm this.
District 20?
It's 6.
So they currently have 6, and this gives them an additional 1?
Right, because when you add the 1, that's where we're going to get the 7.
That's 7 total. Thank you.
Gentleman from LaFleur, Mr. Osborne.
Gentlelady Yield.
Of course, gentlemen.
Okay, now what's the bill that has the appropriation for the CCID? What number is that? Is that 1020 or some other bill?
I do not know, gentlemen. I don't know.
You don't know that?
I don't know that. No,
Okay,
sir.
but
I do not. That would be. Oh, wait a minute. Gentlemen, according to what I'm being told, that all of this is still in the process of being finalized. So that's why I can't give you a bill number and how that appropriation is going to be made.
Can you get that information from the analyst?
That's where I just got my information from, was the analyst.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't see any further questions, lady.
I move final adoption, Mr. Speaker.
Lady moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 4 nays, the report is adopted. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, that's all we have at this time. I can assure you that people are still working, and as soon as we get stuff ready, we will be bringing it to the floor, and if no questions, appropriation yields the floor.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chairman. Hang in there with us. I believe we had some Ways and Means bills that the Vice Chairman or some of those members are going to take up. Mr. Zuber? In conference Ways and Means? Chairman said y'all were ready. I guess you're not. Item 1 on the in-conference Ways and Means, Calvin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is conference report for House Bill 252. We had a few changes to make. We realized that we had inadvertently drawn in a section of a city that we needed to take out, so we changed that, just relocated a street. We added the word called edibles, which is just foods and fruits that have been submerged in alcohol, has nothing to do with the other gentleman from Rankin's issues. And we also removed a restriction on a distance restriction on an alcoholic facility in North Mississippi. That's the changes in this conference report.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on conference report, House Bill 252. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Opposed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 103 yeas, 7 nays, report's adopted. Next item. Okay, that brings us to the in-conference general bills. Judd B. passes. Item 2, tourism. Incidentally, Chairman, if you have a bill that has been recommitted and is not suspended by the deadlines, you must refile that report today. You will see on the calendar, for example, the next item, item 3, House Bill 510. You'll see down there below it, it says suspended by the deadlines. So that bill is not bound by the deadlines, but there are some bills that don't have that language below it. So if you have a bill that does not have that language on it and it's been recommitted, you must refile your conference report today or the bill dies. If you need further explanation, come see me. I recognize the lady from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 419. This bill was recommitted, and the Senate had a problem with the definition. And in the previous bill, it was line 47. I'm just going to read it to you. I took it out if they want it out, so this will pass. I did it. The definition was tourism development activity means planning for and investments into improvement at cultural, recreational, and sporting attractions, enhancing outdoor venues and parks that serve as tourism attractions. I don't know why they had a problem with that, but they did, so I took it out. But otherwise, the bill is exactly the same. That's my explanation.
Questions on the report? Don't see any, lady.
Final passage.
Lady moves final adoption of the conference report. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 7 nays, the report is adopted. Judd A. Insurance. We're going to suspend business for just a minute. Let the House come back to order. We'll recognize the Vice Chairman of Universities and Colleges. We will go to item number 14 on the in-conference general bills, Senate Bill 2487. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that was
Let the House come to order.
This is conference report on 2487, conference report on dual enrollment, dual credit scholarship. Yesterday afternoon, the Senate recommitted it because of after the money was looked at in the budget. Yesterday, we voted on this bill and it passed with 9 college credit hours. We had to back that up to 6 college credit hours. What that amounts to is, in the past, the state has not paid anything for college credit, dual enrollment, dual credit. And so right now, we're going to back it up and pay for 6 college credit for high school juniors and seniors. That's a conclusion of the revised summary report.
Questions on the report? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Gentleman Yale,
Yes, sir.
yesterday you said that you all had an agreement on 9 hours, and then it was recommitted
Yes, sir.
to make it better, and now it's come out worse.
It's not.
With just 6 hours now that the state's going to pay for.
It is actually 6 hours now, but when the money was looked at, the budget could not afford for 9 hours. And so what it amounts to is the state has not been paying anything. And so what we're trying to do is to increase something over nothing. And so we backed it up, had to back it up to 6 hours.
Aren't you aware that there are states that the students don't have to pay any tuition at all to go to school?
Say it one more time.
Are you aware there are states that the students don't have to pay any tuition to go to school, and we're going to just tighten it up just for 6 measly hours on a program that's proven to be a good program for those young people that are interested in furthering themselves and furthering their careers by taking the dual courses while they're in high school?
Yes, sir. Right now, they've been having to pay for them.
I understand that, but yesterday we talked about 9, and now we're talking about 6.
So what we're trying to do is actually help the poor students to get them those 6 hours when they're still in high school or as they're a junior and a senior, to get them either into a community college or senior college.
Now, who told you we don't have the money to do that? Because I tell you right now, they're not telling you the truth. We have the money to do that.
Yes, sir.
But we were diverting the money from the students to somewhere else. And that bothers me. We ought to be honest about what we're doing here. I really think that we're not really invested in our future by coming in here and cutting short our students when we're saying we don't have the money. We do have the money.
Yes, sir.
And it's be an investment in our students and our future.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Just following up with the last line of questions. How much money are we saving by cutting back to 3 hours?
I don't have the exact number, but it's close to $9 million.
9 million.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jim.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
Gentleman moves final adoption of the conference report. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas, 8 nays, the report is adopted. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, I would entertain a motion that we recess for lunch until 1 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
You heard the gentleman's motion. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The House will stand in recess until 1 p.m.
I was asked to make the announcement that if you're a female legislator, we need to retake your photo from yesterday, so please don't leave.
Please let the House come back to order. We return to the calendar. I'm informed that appropriations has one item they can take up.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 4, House Bill 1626. Recognize the gentleman from Pike to explain the conference report.
Gentleman from Pike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the appropriation for the Department of Health, and I do appreciate all their hard work last several years with all the issues they've been facing with tornadoes and pandemics, and so we do appreciate the hard work and the leadership of the Department of Health. With this bill, the state support of this bill is $82.9 million, which is over LBR, which was $64.2 million. So we worked hard to get this bill where it needs to be. And so again, general funds, total support funds is $82.9 million. We've also added the burn care language. There's $4 million for a burn care language for this piece of legislation. There were a few increases in salaries, but that is the explanation of the conference report, Mr. Speaker.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on the conference report. House Bill 1626. You favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine. Madam Clerk. By 111 yeas, 3 nays, report is adopted.
Appropriation yields, Mr. Speaker. We're still working, and as we get them done, we'll be coming to the floor.
Thank you, sir. Brings us down to in-conference general bills, appropriations yields on that. Conference Ways and Means. Was there one item I think we could take up there, I was told?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Ways and Means calendar, item 3, Senate Bill, Senate Bill 2612, recognizes a gentleman from Wayne to handle the conference report.
Gentleman from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The conference report on Senate Bill 2612 has to do with counties opting out of our building permit process that we put in place last year. This, I was hoping this bill would go a little bit further, but this is the best that we could get, and so it's a good step in the right direction. But it allows any county with a population under 22,500 to opt out. The the opt-out is by a majority vote of the Board of Supervisors and must be made before December 31st of 2023.
Questions?
If you will follow me,
I'm sorry.
it's on page 9. The limit for municipalities is any municipality under 7,500. And there's also on line 250, the limit, any project that is under 12,500 does not have to go through this process. Mr. Speaker, now that I've explained the bill, I do need to request unanimous consent for a couple of typos.
Why don't you give those to us?
On lines 131, need to change the word 20 to 22 to match the number. On lines 297, need to strike the language 1C and D only. On lines 298, before the word subsection, insert paragraph C and D. And on line 322, before the word subsection, insert paragraph C and D. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Gentleman Adams, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Of course, gentlemen.
Just make sure those, when you said insert paragraph C and D, you're not inserting a paragraph.
No,
you're
sir.
inserting the word paragraph in the letter C and D.
Correct. That was a
All right.
quotation.
We'll make sure we understand that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Introduction.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yule,
Yes, sir.
could you repeat the date of the opting out to have it done by what date?
December 31st,
This year.
2023.
Thank you, sir.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
So we all caught a lot of grief from this bill before. So why are we putting a population limit on it? Is that just an excellent question? And
It is. We
Well-
tried to get much more, and this is as far as we could take it this year. I'll submit to you, we'll work on it further.
thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the conference report, Senate Bill 2620. Oh, you're right, gentlemen. Thank you for reminding me of that. Any objection to unanimous consent? I don't hear any. Thank you, sir. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas and 4 nays, report is adopted. Gentleman DeSoto has an introduction he'd like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you look to the North Gallery, I want to introduce some new friends of mine. It's Chris and Samantha Hawkins and their son Will. Chris works for the governor's office up in Michigan, and they are on a Capitol tour. This is their 30th state capitol to come and check out. So give them a big Mississippi welcome.
All right, we are down to, let's see, in conference general bills. Any chairman have an item there they wish to take up? Okay. All right, well, let's recess subject to call, and we'll check out where we are. Shouldn't take but a moment. Gentleman at Awama, can I get you to give me that motion? Motion is recess subject to call. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. House in recess subject to call. Please let the House come back to order. We got a few more items we can take up today, and then we'll probably be done for the day. I'm going to recognize the lady from AMIT, Ms. Cockerham. We'll go to the in-conference general bill calendar. Lady recognized. Turn on the microphone there. Thank you. You recognize.
The conference report for item number 3, House Bill 510. This is the Foster Parents Bill of Rights and Responsibilities. And the House had a Foster Parents Bill of Rights and the Senate had one as well. The two were basically similar. And so where the language was a little bit more straightforward, we went with the language that was in the Senate strike all. I guess the two most important changes that I would tell the members about is that in the Foster Parents Bill of Rights, there was a section in there that just said that foster parents will have access to the case plans. And CPS said that in this case plans, there was a lot of confidential information in those case plans, and they really wanted case plans redacted from the Foster Parents Bill of Rights just because of the amount of confidential information that was in there. The second change would be on lines 327, where the Senate wanted to state that foster parents may attend the youth court hearings. And the compromise, that language that the House conferees proposed, and that's in the conference report, is that foster parents may attend all youth court hearings and have legal counsel attend and observe unless the youth court determines that any foster parent should not be present. We didn't want to tread on the judge's discretion. Obviously, the judge knows the case and knows the merits of the case and the parties. And so we wanted to make sure that we had that judge's discretion maintained. That's an explanation of the conference report. Those are the two major changes to the conference report.
Any questions? Lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford.
Will the lady yield?
I will, yes.
I'm just curious, do we have a Parents' Bill of Rights?
I'm not sure, lady. There may be one, but I'm not really sure.
I'm just curious. Thank you.
All right.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on the conference report, House Bill 510. If you favor the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine. Madam Clerk, by vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the report is adopted. Next item.
I'd like to go to item 7, House Bill 1216. That's the conference report for the circuit judges and chancellors, increasing the office operating and expense allowance and the support staff. So the operating allowance has gone from $9,000 to $15,000. That's going to be on lines 20 through 21. And the support staff, that initial amount was $80,000, and it has now been increased to $100,000. The House's position initially was $140,000, so we went from $80,000 to $100,000. There is in the original statute some language that deals with court reporters, and it says no part of this expense or allowance shall be used to pay an official court reporter for services rendered to the court. We are having some issues with court reporters and just making sure that you're able to get a court reporter for certain proceedings. So we took that language out. So now the courts can use this money for court reporters if they need to. And the other thing that we did is that we deleted the language that just put restrictions on how the money can be used, how this $100,000 can be used, just to give the judges and the courts a little bit more flexibility in how they spend this $100,000. And so that's an explanation of the conference report.
Questions? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs in the conference report, House Bill 1216. favor of the report, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by vote 117 yeas and 2 nays, report's adopted. Next item. Oh, she's done. All right. Okay, I don't know if there's anything else that we can do today. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Let me check with council and make sure that there's nothing more we can do today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we've done all we can do today. I will remind any chairman who has a bill that's been recommitted, your report must be filed by 8 o'clock tonight or it's dead. So if you have a bill on the calendar that's been recommitted, you need to get your conference report filed by 8 o'clock tonight. Announcements, lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to adjourn in memory, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Bob Hamels, the owner of Mama Hamels in Madison, his son was killed last night while changing a tire on the side of the road outside of Rolling Fork. And I just wanted you to pray for the Hamel family, please. Thank you.
We will do that. Jim Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory, please.
Yes, sir.
Of a lifelong church member of mine that passed this week. His name is Aaron Thompson. We'll be funeralizing him tomorrow. And we praying that we pray so I can go to the funeral.
Okay, thank you. Any further announcements? I don't see any. Recognize Gentleman Octavia Hall for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House stand in recess until after the last conference report has been filed by 8 p.m., at which time the Journal will reflect the House stands adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
All right, you've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House adjourned to 10 a.m. tomorrow.